What up, Jadu? How you doing, big dog? I got a big ass plate of spaghetti I gotta eat before I can move my keyboard. I don't have enough room on my desktop. How's your smut coming along? Well, what? Why not finish eating before you start the stream? I was busy. I didn't think about it. It's fine. I'm kind of indecisive about it. How come? What are you indecisive about? Also, why is my little mouse? Okay, he's talking. We're good. I thought I wasn't talking. Every time I start to think I might be good at this whole art thing, I've strongly become aware that I'm not that good. Yeah, I mean that just sort of comes with the territory of starting a new thing, right? The issue with art is that you're gonna have like constant ups and downs, where you think you're the god, and then you think you're like barely an ant, you know, and you're gonna constantly go through this cycle, and just accept that it's normal, you know, and don't let yourself get too beat up over it, because it is normal. Everyone feels it at every level, and it's a constant, no matter how good you get. It's my theory also that it's the ability to feel that way about your art that sort of propels you to keep improving. I think if you don't sort of internalize it and feel really negative about it, and you just sort of like use it to objectively look at the areas that don't work well in your art and train your critical eye through that emotion, you'll be able to self-correct a lot better. In my opinion, of course. I think it's also this thing of not being able to fully finish a project to a level I'm satisfied with that's deeply frustrating. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I get that though. You know, even like a lot of the stuff I produce now, it frustrates me. So, okay, I think it's time to drop the Discord notif. What is it do you feel like you don't like about the projects that you work on? I think you have to be really, 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 really critical to think about that and try to identify that shit. You know, dude, I made so much pasta. I'm just like out of fucking groceries, so I've just been eating like plain noodles. I'm going poverty style, dude. This is like the struggle food. think it's because I want to do more stuff, and I'm currently not able to move past where I'm at. I can design a character, and I want to do storyboards so that I can animate that character doing something, but then I keep finding out that the character is designing or not good enough for one reason or another that's deeply frustrating. Dude, you've been sort of a part of my community for less than 3 months. You've made a lot of genuinely, like, objective improvements. I think you're being overly critical of like, yourself, and you sort of want things to move faster than they do, but that's just sort of not how it works, unfortunately. I wish you could become a god in, like, fucking 6 months, but it's just not gonna happen that way, you know? Like, you've barely scratched the surface of the amount of shit you need to know and drill, you know? So, just know that, like, you'll get to that point, but you gotta just keep pushing. And you gotta have, like, a sort of mentality of really being really critical of everything you do and identifying every single area you're struggling with. And then, you know, use reference and do research and all that stuff. Sade, how you doing? Jadu, can you do me a favor? Can you check my YouTube stream and make sure my audio is all good? I just want to make sure there isn't, like, an echo in the background or something. Two seconds, no worries. I'm almost done with the pasta, and then we get back into it. I kind of want to do another head series. You know, just drawing a bunch of heads and shit like I did before. I'm kind of tempted to do that. Is something bugging the shower out of you again? What does that mean? Is bro neglecting showering? Jadu, you gotta clean yourself, dude. You can't be all funky and shit. Bonjour. What up, Laney? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. We're gonna get going soon. I'm eating spaghetti with nothing on it. Cause I'm a crazy person. I'm just eating, actually that's not true. I'm eating plain linguine with soy sauce on it. I'm good, and you? I'm good. I'm fantastic. Last night I went to a white people taco night where we all make, like, tacos with, like, Old El Paso seasoning and shit. And my buddy bought a collection of hot sauce. There was like 12 of them there, and I just grabbed a random bottle and doused all my tacos in it. Little did I know it was like the hottest one he brought. It was like some habanero, like, crazy ass shit. And all that to say, guys, I may be disappearing throughout the day as I shit my guts out with the heat of 1,000 suns. It's been a thing all morning, so, you know. And now that I'm eating noodles, we're gonna accelerate that. I can literally feel the sting of the habanero hot sauce in my fucking intestines right now, dude. I'm not even joking. I can pinpoint exactly where my food is on the digestive scale, or, like, on the digestive tract. Sounds good to you on YouTube? Hell yeah. I can tell exactly where the food is in my fucking large intestine because of how spicy this shit is, dude. I can feel the sting. It's crazy. Aurelia Amat, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Did you place some toilet paper in the fridge for that? Is that a thing? Should I do that? Freeze my toilet paper? Oh my god, dude. It's crazy. Thank you, no worries. Thank you for the follow. I'm almost done eating, guys. I am very... My stomach is very uncomfortable right now, but we'll live. We'll endure. It's not enough to end a stream over, you know? Okay, I think I made too much spaghetti. I think I gotta stop eating this shit, dude. I'm gonna get a tummy ache. Let me put it to the side. Let me get a glass of water, and then let's get the show on the road, you know? Oh, would you look at that? I have a glass of water right next to me from yesterday. Hell yeah. Can I have some? You want some of my plain linguine and soy sauce? Sure. Ugh. Grog, give this mess a pair of tits. Grog, put Ian in a bikini, please. That shit is crazy, by the way. The fucking, like, Grok, like, stuff where people are just, like, be like, Grok, take all the clothes out of this image. It's insane shit. Apparently, like, Canada, Europe, and, like, all these countries are debating banning Twitter because of it. And you know what I say? Hell yeah. Ban Twitter. Fuck Twitter, dude. I'm gonna lose 200 of my followers, but that's okay. I don't really post to Twitter much these days. What is this song? Brock, tie me up and have two guys spit roast me. That's wild. If hell is real, I'm sure it's designed specifically for Elon. Elon is an interesting character. Somebody who's managed to become incredibly successful despite having the mentality of a 13-year-old. It really shows you anybody can make it out here, you know? It should be an inspirational thing to know that you could be a complete moron and actually be successful. Look at me, dude. We doing it. Whoa, I don't have Twitter, so I didn't even know Grok could do that. Yeah, there's basically like an endless stream of inappropriate uses for Grok these days. And the governments are basically trying to determine how the hell they're going to deal with it. I still don't really know how the hell I'm going to do this guy's like pants. I don't really know what kind of pants I want to give him. Part of me feels like I should do, like, shorts, but... I gotta find the layer I'm drawing him on first. It's also generating nudity of underage girls as well, so that's fun. Definitely something this hell planet needed. Yeah, that's the main reason the government's going at it. I don't want to, like, dive into, like, CSAM shit, but that is, like, the main reason that the fucking government is, shutting that shit down. Anyways, I don't want to expand on this topic. It's a little heavy, so... I really don't know what kind of pants to give this fucking guy, dude. I also feel like he's a little long. If it knows how to generate CSAM, it was trained on that footage? I don't know. It could probably just sort of, like, amalgamate a bunch of shit and just sort of fill in the blanks, right? It's not like... Like, the training data, like, it can find middle grounds. The fact that we have to talk about it at all, I mean, it's fucking crazy, dude. Alright, whatever. We can go into it, I guess. Yeah, it's fucking insane. I don't know. I am genuinely at a point where I'm pretty, like, radical on my takes on internet censorship. And I think we need some sort of regulation. I know there's a lot of people, especially when it comes to internet shit, that are very much in the camp of like, it should be the Wild West and you should be able to say whatever. I ain't in that camp no more, dude. I feel like genuinely we need some sort of like fucking controls. And I think specifically for like kids and teenagers and shit like that, like the stuff with Australia, I'm pretty in support of that, and I think we should probably go farther, to be quite honest. It only finds those middle grounds based off positive reinforcement, so there's a legion of pedos telling the AI, yes, good, keep it up. If they didn't, the AI wouldn't know what to do without the footage. Yeah, I'm very much a layman when it comes to like training data and stuff like that. So I don't exactly know how it works. It is possible that that stuff gets into training data. I like it wouldn't surprise me with the amount of data that's being pumped into it. Yeah, I don't know. It's just fucking crazy. As much as I'd like to believe everyone would use their abilities to speak responsibly, I'm acutely aware that there are some people who want to watch the world burn, as well as people who want to benefit from the ashes, so I think it's reasonable to say there's an upper limit on what people can and cannot say or do. Well, okay, the way I think about, like, freedom of speech, right, is there's... It's kind of like laws, where I feel like there's like a golden medium, where you actually amplify freedom by having some sort of restrictions, right? Like if we had no laws, you would say that is technically the freest, objectively, legally speaking, the freest society. If you could go out and murder people, there's absolute freedom there. The consequence of that is you end up in a situation where people don't actually feel free because you don't want to leave your house. So your actions are now sort of there's like an undertone of restriction on what you want to do because of the fear that comes with all of that freedom that's brought forward. So having laws, in a way, creates more freedom. It allows you to sort of go out of your house comfortably and do things without the fear of getting stabbed in the neck without consequence, right? So it's like, I think the internet free speech is kind of, to me, in that sense, and we have regulations around like hate speech and incitement to violence and shit like that. But I do think like, I think like, in particular, my take is really around like media and journalism and stuff. I really do think there should be regulations around like factual reporting of stuff. I think right now the media apparatus is like fucking crazy, and it's just like full of misinformation, and they're like it's like out of control. The question is like, how do you do that in a way that doesn't bias things one way or another and stays relatively objective? I think licensing journalists and having some sort of regulatory body that is like independent from government, kind of like how, well, I'm going based off Canada here, but like kind of how like an audit department would be, or something like that would be pretty decent. But that's the argument people have for larger government support. Everyone has freedom, but if we live in an economic system in which you're restricted because of lack of resources, you're not truly free, but people are still very strongly against systems like the welfare state. I gotta reread that. I'm not sure I know what you mean. That's the argument people have for larger government support. Everyone has freedom, but if we live in an economic system in which you're restricted because of lack of resources, you're not truly free. But people are still strongly against systems like the welfare state. Yeah, I mean, I think to me, my view on like implementing more social programs and welfare programs and stuff like that is probably like, I think it has to be done slowly. I don't think you can really implement radical change in any sort of like society without having unseen consequences. So you gotta watch out. Woo politics! I should go draw girls now. Yeah, I feel that. Look, I don't want to dwell on it too much. I didn't mean to open stream with a fucking like a morality session on Twitter shenanigans, but. Somebody told me, somebody said, Grok, put Snack in a bikini, or give Snack big titties, or something like that. And it just sort of, like, took us down this path, so. Best use of LLMs is to seek out and detect hate speech and inciting language. Are you off Twitter? No, I'm not off Twitter. I'm not, like, a power user of Twitter. I don't really like Twitter much in terms of use. I haven't, like, deleted my account, but I'm not, like, very active there, to be quite honest. I also just... don't like I mostly use I use probably just like Instagram and YouTube for the most part. The way I use Twitter is like as a dumping ground for like whips and shit like that, just shit that I like don't want to have as like a final product. I'll just throw out into Twitter. But the algorithm's so ass, I get like no traction at all. Like at all. Like I think the most likes I've had on like a single Twitter post is like 10. Maybe if I'm lucky. Nothing ever goes anywhere on Twitter, so it's just, I don't really put a lot of emphasis on it. Whereas like my Instagram does relatively well these days, so I put more focus there. Granted, I post reels and shit, so. What the fuck? Why's my... Oh, I'm using a mixing brush. I was like, why is my ink not coming out? What the hell? I mean, I still have a Twitter account, but I haven't touched it in a long time. The only reason why I'd ever go on it is specifically to see what Beef is drawing. You're just watching all the hentai artists, your collection of fucking hentai artists. Yeah, it sucks too, because like, I don't know. I think like if Canada, because I'm Canadian, right? If Canada like goes out of its way and bans Twitter and shit, I'm not gonna fucking lose sleep over it. I might just stick to Blue Sky and Twitch. The issue, Steve, is like I feel like you kind of have to branch out if you want any sort of extra growth on Twitch, right? Twitch's like search or recommendation algorithm is just like ass, you know. So I feel like you like the whole like economy of social media we have right now is just so fucking ass. I hate the dopamine fueled like attention grabbing like algorithms we have. That shit is just ruining media. And it's making it so that like content creators have to basically cater to slop to get any traction. Like even like when I do my reels and stuff, I don't want to do like hooks and fucking all this bullshit, but like you kind of have to, unfortunately. Otherwise you're just going to fucking go nowhere. So the moral like alternative to that is I try and deliver on the hook in some sort of way, but it's like you still got to use like clickbait and all this bullshit. Nah, I ain't doing that shit. More power to you, dude. Look, I have a full-time job. Art isn't my job. It's just a thing I do passively. It's like a hobby. But, you know, I am curious to see how far I can take it, so I push a little bit when it comes to media stuff. Reluctantly, obviously. I don't want to fucking live that life, but filthy casual, trust me, dude. I don't want to live in I don't want to be in my 9-to-5 gray cubicle every day looking at Excel spreadsheets, but having worked in animation and having seen like the waves of layoffs, I don't want that instability ever again. And I'm too slow of an artist to like rely on commissions. Like Steve, the nice thing is that you're fast, and on top of that, you work traditionally, which you just produce like higher quality products through traditional output. But I feel like I'm not a fast enough artist to rely on commissions. Like if I did a commission, it would take me like fucking 2 weeks to get a drawing done, and it's like I'd make like a couple $100s at most. Like I don't know, dude. Same for me. Plus, I just don't like drawing shit that people want me to draw. I want to draw what I want to draw, you know? Yeah, I think switching to trad last year will pay off in the long run. I think so too. I think like honestly, I think you're gonna probably see like people slowly move away from media shit and start to value more traditional stuff. It's like when people soy out about how awesome a traditional fucking Japan is because they have all like their heritage like techniques and shit like protected by laws. I feel like you're gonna start to see like people really want like valuing that a lot more in Western societies as we get a little bit more digitized. But Sid, what up, Sid? How you doing for banter? Bro, same. I only do Sketchathon stuff now. I don't do any actual like promotional stuff to like make money on Twitch. So I just fucking make like no money on Twitch. I did commissions for 10 years. I quit when I switched to trad. Hell yeah. I picked up a collection of oil paints that I've wanted to sort of like crack open, but I just haven't like done it yet. There's like I still have like that inertia with trying new stuff where I gotta really psych myself up to do something really out of my comfort zone. Twitch doesn't pay you, you gotta find other means of income. Yeah, for sure. The fumes can be intense. Yeah, I know. I have a ventilator, and I'll probably like open a window or whatever instead of turning my fucking apartment into like a meth lab. But I don't know what I want to draw today, guys. I kind of want to continue this like child soldier dude, but I also kind of I want to do more like the mishmash of like faces I was doing not too long ago. Oh fuck. I'm a dumbass, dude. I think I accidentally like saved this as a PNG. Oh fuck, I cropped the bottom, dude. Whatever. I don't think I have a clip file for this. I accidentally saved over it. Let me see if I can find a clip file. Okay, I do have a clip file. Well, I don't have a clip file, but I have a PNG that isn't fucked. I think. What's this? Is this older? No, it's over there. Oh, I've saved one as a JPEG and one as a PNG. Guys, I'm terrible at fucking file management. Don't take examples from me. Is this the announcement of the Cat Snack Patreon? I don't have anything to give you guys, you know? I would feel guilty about having a Patreon that isn't producing any sort of, like, value. I am sort of, like, you know, unfortunately, a fairly capitalist brain, and I feel like, except I'm also fairly ethical, so I feel weird about just sort of, like, grifting and, like, having stuff and asking for money without, like, actually producing some sort of, like, value or content. What I might do is just do, like, focused one-on-one, like, mentorship or something like that, because I feel like that's kind of already the style of my channel. So it probably is not going to be, like, too out of my wheelhouse to do shit like that. Symphony was good. What up, Symphony? How you doing, big dog? I stick to water-based mediums. Oils are unsafe. Okay, so what is it? Is it the oils themselves, or is it the solvents that you mix with them to sort of, like reduce, like, thickness or increase thickness or liquidity or whatever, all that shit? Or is it the actual oils? Because my idea right now is I just wanted to buy some gesso and just, like, slather it on, like, a sketchbook or something, and then fucking use that to do, like, little practices in. Kind of like, there's this, like, YouTuber, I can't remember his fucking name, but he does, like, portraits in his, like, sketchbook. One-on-one mentorships have helped me keep afloat this year. Yeah, what, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. I'm curious what your format or, like, pricing is and all that stuff. We can maybe talk offline if you don't want to go into, like, details and stuff, but just curious, because I don't really know how to, like, frame. I'm gonna be honest, I've done, like, maybe a handful of commissions in my life. I was never, like, I've always sort of treated art as, like, a hobbyist thing. How goes the lowballing? Well, I'm out of beer, so my marketplace run is, like, done. There are some pigments that are toxic, and those can be in any kind of paint, but all paint thinners can fuck you up. Do I need my brain cells that bad? I am a Twitch streamer, after all. I know it's the hardest job in the world, but I don't know if I need my brain. Some of the pigments can be dangerous, but it takes years of exposure with most commonly available pigments. I have a friend who formulates paints. Look, man, I've been soldering with lead for, like, half a decade. You know, I feel like if I'm gonna kill myself, that's probably gonna do it. Granted, I do wear a ventilator, I have a fan that I use, and I also open, like, windows and shit, so I take precautions, but... Oh, guys, my tummy is rumbling. That hot sauce I had last night is crazy. Yo, Snack, how do you animate a head looking up? Well, if you have... The mentality is this, okay? If you have, like, a full-size... a full-scale head, like this, like, let's say the head has this length. As it tilts up, you're gonna sort of narrow that length a little bit. You're gonna narrow the length. The forehead's gonna shrink quite a bit. The nose is gonna, like, overlap the eyes. The mouth, you're gonna see more of the top lip. It's also gonna be a lot closer to the nose. You might see, depending on the intensity of the chin, like if you got, like, a Family Guy, like, butt chin or something, you'll probably have some overlap there, and all of these curvatures are gonna be a little bit more extreme. That's more or less, like, the quick one, the quick explanation. It really is gonna come down to the features, you know? It's not wild that you could objectively be more successful as a capitalist if you had less ethics. Does that mean capitalism favors those who have less ethical qualms? Probably. I think like ethics really should be managed through regulation and stuff. Like, and we do that with like environmental regulations and stuff like that. But generally speaking, yeah, if you don't have laws like restricting how people behave in like business, people are gonna do anything to optimize profit. So you do have to have like legal boundaries to contain sort of illegal behavior, unethical behavior. But the FDA exists for a reason. Yeah. Yeah, they're not doing a very good... Well, the FDA, I guess, doesn't manage antitrust, but FTC would. The FTC is more what manages, like, businesses and stuff. The Federal Trade... what is it? Federal Trade Commission? FDA is Food and Drug. But I guess they go hand in hand a little bit. Food and Drug admin? Yeah. Contrary to popular belief, they're not just eating food and doing drugs. Oh my god, dude, my tummy is like so upset right now. For context, guys, I ate a bunch of really spicy hot sauce last night that I didn't know was incredibly spicy, and now it is turning my insides into a fucking inferno. I don't want to draw this guy anymore. I'm gonna draw something else. Let's do some faces or something. Give me a head angle. Somebody give me a head angle. White folk issues? Hey, I'm quarter Lebanese, baby. That quarter of me just can't handle the smoke, though. I am all white boy beyond that, though. I'm gonna be clear with this. I'm pro-laws. That being said, I think there's a poor replacement. They're a poor replacement for ethics, because what a law actually is a threat made by the government that if you participate in a specific behavior, you'll receive a punishment. I don't think it really incentivizes people to make a positive change. That being said, I don't know what would anyways. Yeah, I hard disagree on that, dude. I think people would just be way worse without laws. Back of the head? Oh, damn. All right. Okay, I got sort of like a framework here, then we gotta do the brows. So you on to Boy Soldier you talked about? I'm taking a break from him because I don't know how to do the legs, and I don't want to... I'm probably gonna have to look at reference off stream. I don't like looking at reference on stream just because I feel like... I don't know why. I just kind of get like, irritated with, silently browsing reference. I don't like that. I'm not saying we should get rid of laws. I'm saying the laws aren't the same as ethics. Laws are an extension of cultural morality. I do genuinely believe that. I think the issue is that, you know, we could be very diverse, so you're not always going to agree on what the cultural norm should be. But generally speaking, you know, the laws sort of are reflective of the culture, the majority culture, for good or for better or for worse. I don't really know how to... How much of the ear would I show here? Hey all, I'm old today. Aren't you like my age now? Welcome to old age, dude. We're so close to retirement. Which bone broke on the turn of your 31st birthday, boss? What would a collective culture decide to change its laws? Well, look, I think the thing is like a lot of people want change instantly, but the reality is like the way the system works is change started slowly and over time, right? Like, and the thing is, it's not going to be applied everywhere equally. So there's going to be differences. Generally speaking, though, you know, laws are passed by policy, right? Like the job of like I'm gonna use like Canada as an example, but the job of Parliament is to pass bills that enact laws or alter laws, right? And then they fucking debate bro it in the most boring way possible, without any swearing. But you know, generally speaking, that's how laws are passed. They're created in like the House through bills, and then you know they're voted on by the House and the Senate, and then they're enacted into law. And then they change over time based off of who's in power. That's why majority governments are so important, because they can pass laws more effectively. Happy respawn days, 31, dude. You're cooked. You're cooked, dude. Who let the senior citizen in here? Dude, I'm so old, my son had to explain that to me. What are you talking about? Happy birthday, blah, 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 blah. No one, I'm still a spring chicken. I'm trying to see what comment you're replying to. You be what? You be profin? Profin? What the fuck are you talking about, dog? Look, I'm also a senior citizen, okay? I don't understand this stuff that you guys are saying. Okay, here's the head from behind. It's not the most interesting head from behind, but it sure is a head from behind. What am I missing? An eye? If I'm cooked, then you're well done. No, dude, I'm medium rare. The best of the best. Ibuprofen? That's what I'm thinking. Nah, you be proffing all night. I'll be proffing your mom all night, dude. That's for sure. 100% guaranteed. Not too old for that. From 6'7" to ibuprofen? You know how right now, like, millennial core is, like, the cringe thing? I guarantee in, like, fucking, like, 10 years, like, Gen Z is gonna have its own, like, cringe core category. They're gonna be Zoomer core, and it's gonna be the most cringe shit ever. It's gonna be a million times worse than what we do. Grog, ban that guy. Okay, I did a head from behind. Somebody give me another head. What other angle can we tackle? You can give me tilts, too. If you want to tilt the head to the right or to the left, we could try that, too. I sent you the meme. I see that. I'll check it out in a bit. If Honor comes by, tell her I love her. I can tell her. I'll look up. Okay. Anywho, I'm headed out. I gotta go get cake with the family. Alright. Alright, do your thing, boss. Get out of here. Go eat your cake. Don't break any bones on the way. We gotta take care of our old brittle bones at the tender age of 31, dude. I was drawing this head angle the last few days and I was struggling. It is a tough one. Missing a skull here. Snack wants some head? Nah, your mom gives me enough, don't worry. The head is still a little too wide. Snack wants what? You heard him. So I was thinking about what you said earlier about art taking a long time to learn. I have a problem with rushing things, so I guess the solution to that is to learn how to pace my learning and development. How would you go about doing that? I've always said a lot of artists, when they talk about how to improve, the first thing they'll tell you is consistency. You need consistency. And that's true. But I don't think that's the starting point. I don't think you should be looking to make yourself consistent. I think consistency is a byproduct of finding systems that allow you to adhere better to drawing. What do I mean by that? And they kind of just both mean the same thing, adherence and consistency. But adherence, to me, is creating systems in your life that make it so that you're more likely to perform a certain action. So that could be, you know, let's say you draw digitally. That could be having your tablet in the dead center of your desk instead of having, like, your tablet off to the side where you have to plug it in and set it up every time you want to draw. I think having your tablet middle of your desk, where it's actually harder for you to grab your keyboard and start browsing YouTube or fucking gooning on Instagram or whatever it is you do, okay, is way better to get yourself to draw. And always have a drawing page open. My tablet's always open with my recent drawings open, right? And then what I find myself is I'll blindly just be like, oh, you know, I could change this. And then doing a tweak here and there turns into 5-6 hours of drawing that I wouldn't have done if I didn't have that set up. That's one example, okay? But there's tons of examples. You could use social conditioning, right? Find a group of friends and set a day out of the week where you guys all hang out and you go sketch together, or, you know, whatever it is that you feel is going to help you adhere to the action of drawing is going to be way better than just brute forcing yourself to try and be consistent. So that's what I say. And Jotun says he's right, honestly, especially if you're ADHD as hell. Exactly, which I am, by the way. So I think the best approach is to find systems that help you adhere rather than to just sort of try and force the consistency. Consistency will come as a consequence of having those strong systems. And in my case, Twitch streaming is a great system. I have a set schedule. I don't deviate from it. I don't let myself deviate from it too much without exception, right? Obviously, I need to make sure I'm mentally healthy to keep adhering. But generally speaking, you know, that's sort of how I approach it. Twitch keeps me consistent, keeps me showing up, and it gives me the momentum to keep drawing off stream with a bit more focus, because I do tend to yap while I'm live and I don't get a lot done, but it's the reason my exercise hammer is right next to my desk. Yeah, my squat rack is right behind me right now. So, same deal. Make it so that it's almost impossible to not do the thing that you want to do. That's what I would say, and then consistency will come a little bit easier. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but it'll be easier. So that would be my advice. exercise hammer. Bro's Thor, dude. Don't question it. I didn't have that issue. I casually spent 10 plus hours drawing because I love to. Base, dude. Well, look, if you got the brain for it, then hell yeah. In my case, you know, if I wasn't, like, I had a 3-year hiatus before I started streaming. And then I came back to it and I made the most improvement, like, since I started my stream journey, quote unquote. But it just keeps me going, you know? Okay, we got a head up angle. It's not the most beautiful thing in the world. I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do a mishmash of heads, I think. I want to do, again, like I said, I want to do sort of like this again. I really like this sort of like setup I had where I was just doing a bunch of heads. It's fun to just explore characters that way, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. Now the question is, where the fuck do I put it? I can move the references. References. That layer, that guy's on that layer. Okay, I'm gonna fuse him with this layer here. And then we're gonna put a little mishmash of heads. Oh shit. I did the arm on that layer. Oopsies. Okay. Fuck. Ugh. Okay, let me copy paste the arm then. Okay, now we're gonna mishmash these. If only you saved your Fat Kirby's. I did. I do have my Fat Kirby saved somewhere. My morbidly obese Kirby's. It's for context, guys. When I started out streaming and I had like one viewer, he would just show up every day and ask me to draw Fat Kirby. It's probably a fetish thing. I just went along with it, and now I have a bunch of Fat Kirby's somewhere on my desktop, so. That's crazy. If you're drawing digitally, make sure to take care of your eyes. That's true. And your neck, if you're cranking your head straight down all the time. Also doubles as a home defense system, because who wouldn't want to play Whack-A-Troll with an intruder? That's true. I live in Canada, though, so I'll probably go to prison for defending my home, unfortunately. What the fuck did she just say? I live in the UK and I'll take jail time if it means keeping my fiance safe. Based. I thought you said he wouldn't want to whack off an intruder for a second there. Hey, whatever gets the job done, dude. You gotta protect your family at all costs. What the fuck? I want to draw in black. We're gonna use black ink here. What the fuck is this song? Interesting song. Look, I don't. This is all the algorithm, okay? This is not me. Don't put this shit on me, guys. Do I want to do a theme for this, guys? What are you guys thinking? Do we do a theme, or do we just do random shit? I'm kind of using this as a reset, because I was struggling with this guy's legs, and I need to do something that I know I could sort of do relatively passively without thinking too much. I mean, my wrist game is peak. Getting jerked off to death is, like, crazy, dude. A theme? Okay, what kind of theme do we want to do? Theme Zoomer violence. Maybe not that one. I'm trying. I drew a child soldier yesterday. Okay, I gotta keep it a little bit more humble. Mythology? What kind though? Because I feel like last time this is what we did. We did like mermaids and like fucking sea creatures. We did like Japanese like oni and like demons and all that stuff. So I feel like we've done a lot of mythology, like trolls and shamans and all this stuff. So I don't know what we could do now. Greek? Okay. How you do Greek mythology? I'm trying to think. What's Greek mythology? It's like Lego Bimbo. What up, dude? How you doing? The Greek mythology. Arabs? just Arabs. I do like Greek mythology. By the way, if you don't like me calling you Lego Bimbo, I won't do it. I do it as a joke. I kind of give chat funny names sometimes. It's not personal, okay? But I won't do that. Lego Bimbo is not their name. That's just what I read. Lego Bimbo is their name. Lego Bimbo would be good, though. I saw a guy on Kick the other day, and his name was Costco membership, which I thought was great. Actually, it was Costco member. That's what it was. It's perfect. Please keep it. Yes, sir, Mr. Bimbo, sir. Snack reporting for duty, Mr. Bimbo, sir. It's a term of endearment. It's like he calls me daddy. That's pure lies. That's not true. He's slandering me. I've never called him daddy once. Granted, he is a subscriber, so I'm not opposed to the idea, but, you know, there's not much I won't do for $5. Okay, let me look up some Greek gods. Greek gods. Who's a cool one? Zeus is the obvious one. I don't really want to draw Zeus though. Poseidon. They all just look the same, dude. They all just have like pointy noses with beards and curly hair. What if I did like Chinese gods, I know like the Monkey King. What the fuck is his name? Son Goku and like those guys. Chinese gods. I'm on that China tip these days. Every Chinese god ranked in Age of Mythology. Okay, well, that's a video game. I don't actually think I've ever drawn a monkey before. What does a monkey look like? Monkey. I'm looking up monkey references right now. Bear with me. This monkey's got the same hairline as my dad, dude. We truly are related. Okay. Sun Wukong? Is that what it is? Oops. Yeah, a lot of interesting lore. That's what I think, too. Okay, I'm gonna try and do a monkey, because I don't think I've ever done a monkey before. The eyes are more or less the same. There's not gonna be, like, anything too crazy with the eyes, I think. The eyes are a little far apart, though, on this one. Oh my god, dude. This is like... I feel like I'm getting into... Now I'm actually like transitioning into a furry, dude. I'm fucking drawing monkeys. As long as it's not a wolf, I think I'm still okay. I've got like plausible deniability, but we're getting there. What the fuck? What layer am I drawing on right now? No! Oh shit, I hit the wrong thing. Sir? Don't say it, dude. Your avatar? Look, man. I've said this a million times. It's stolen valor, okay? I wear the uniform. I've never served. Do it jiggle? Oh shit. It jiggle. It jiggle. It be jiggling. It be jiggling, bimbo. You're not the only bimbo around here, alright? I didn't mean to merge everything onto one layer. How do I undo this? Come on, bitch. There we go. Flat is back? Damn. Nobody can ever have any fun around here, dude. No one Symphony's around. No mercy. You got a taste. Maybe one day Snack can draw Egyptian gods too. It would look cool in your style, I think. Ooh, that's a good idea, actually. Okay, let me draw this monkey. I do kind of want to fuck with Egyptian gods. You monster! It's my first 1K. Don't worry, dude. It'll be back. Somebody redeems that shit like fucking 10 times a stream. It's gotten to the point where, like, most of the time, actually, for the longest time, people just thought I was a mouse with tits. People didn't actually know that I was a fucking, like, dude. They'd be like, why do you have tits? They have cheekbones? Kind of. It's looking a little weird. Sun Wukong's lore is batshit insane. I don't know anything about it. Do a jiggle? Oh shit. Kossi? How you doing, Kossi? You know it be jiggling, dog. You know it be jiggling. See, that's what I'm talking about, Lego Bimbo. Don't worry. Somebody's always gonna redeem the titties. It's more common than not. Symphony can keep blowing his money, but... he just wants to keep it halal, dude. Do a jiggle? Shit, battle of the points right now. What is going on? It'd be jiggling. It do jiggle. You running low, Symphony? You have to be watching more. I really don't know how to simplify monkeys. I think there's just one stream where we actually managed to go the whole way without there being titties. Yeah, literally just one, I think. He has like 4 different kinds of immortality. He's made pretty much every living being look like an idiot and can pretty much beat anybody in a fight. He's like the Superman of mythology. And he's a monkey, dude. There is a lot of like rich mythology and lore that just like isn't like properly explored, I feel like, in media. I mean, Goku was supposedly like inspired by him, right? His name was Son Goku, but there's also, I guess there's that video game that's like the FromSoft style looking game. It's not a FromSoft game, but it has like the FromSoft like vibe. I'm just trying to find like a good shape language for this dude. Dude. This is so difficult. Be right back, need food? Do your thing, big guy. Black Myth one? Black Myth Wukong, yeah. Sup, furry? Are you talking to me? Sorry, I just don't relate with that. What up, Frisky? Oh my god, dude. How do you simplify a monkey? I need a new microphone, dude. Do you do mentorships or plan to? I do kind of plan on it, and I do live feedback. So if you do want feedback on any work, you can post your art in the Discord and the critique channel, and I'll go over it live on stream. I am planning on potentially doing some sort of monetized mentorship program. Still not sure though. It's also, I'm not sure how I feel about the time commitment yet, but I've been thinking about it. Dude. Yeah, I gotta look up how people draw monkeys. Sun Wukong? Yes, kind of. But Smudgy, if you're struggling with something, you can drop it in the Discord and I'll take a look. That being said, my strength is probably more in like line art rather than rendering and stuff, because I know you do very like painterly like anime type things. I could probably offer feedback, but I just think I'm better served giving feedback on things that I'm strong at, you know? Do you ever take stuff not in like in a private chat? Like some of my art is not something I'm proud of, but I still want to improve. No, that's something I would do in a paid mentorship situation, but it's not something that I would do. It's not something I would do just sort of right now. Just because if I open the door to just people DMing me their art for critique, I'm never gonna have free time. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I have to sort of like have it restricted to stream just so that for the time management aspect. I'm trying to shift from anime to like semi-realism. I think I just need to work on my fundamentals. I think honestly, I'm really struggling with this monkey head here. I think honestly, when it comes to like realism, the trick to me is just sort of detailing things a little bit more. Like anime, if I'm doing an anime eye, it might look like this, right? Which is fine, and you can honestly make a realistic eye look like this. But the more detail you can add, the more realistic it'll be. Like, if I add, like, a 3D edge for the inner eyelid here, and then down here, it'll feel a lot more realistic, right? Then if I add sort of, like, wrinkles under the eye here, it just comes down to what you're adding. Then instead of doing, like, maybe an eyebrow that looks like this, maybe I add, you know, a couple little slashes here. And then you can get, like, realism that way. That's sort of how I think about it. It's the degree that you're going to expand on a certain feature, right? This song kind of go hard, dude. Yo, I'm tired a bit. I think I'm gonna doze off, so peace out. Alright, peace, big dog. I appreciate you coming out, Symphony. Also, Jadu, I forgot to mention earlier, you're on a 40 stream streak, dude. Insane. Somebody stop this man. Don't, though. I like how it queued up Hula Gang by the same band. Like, clearly it knew what band to put in. "40 stream streak? Dang, Jadu. I know. The power of a schedule. But Smudgy, like I said, if you ever feel like you want feedback, don't hesitate to post in the Discord. I need to find a more appealing like mouth. It's the mouth. I just don't know how to really do. Oh, you know who does monkeys really, really well? You guys know Kateri Inc. I really like his art. I should reference him, because he's definitely found the way, you know. Let's see. Let me find some Kateri Inc. Let's see. Let's get some more reference from Kateri Inc. Guy's so goated. If I were a furry, guys, this shit would be my stuff. He's also Canadian, which is based. I guess you're finally improving your furry capabilities. That's true. Kenny Banga over on YouTube. Hey, what up, big dog? How you doing? Okay, so it looks like the way he does the muzzle is like a lot more pronounced, almost like that, literally like that. And then he does sort of like, he gives them like a standard jaw here. And then he does a lot of what it looks like profile poses. Do the traps go over or under the deltoids? They attach to the scapula. The deltoids do too. So, okay, so he does like shit like this. That's sort of like the head shape that he does. Okay. I don't like my monkey. I want to get rid of him. I don't know what layer I drew him on, though. And then he gives them, like, big-ass ears. Hey, dude, quick question. Which kidney do I have to sell to unlock the rest of the Discord? Currently, I only have 3 channels visible, and I don't even have permission to see one of them. How does this work exactly? Yeah, so if you go to the Rules tab, you'll see there's a list of rules. You read all of those. If you conform to those and you comply to those, you hit the green check mark, and it'll unlock the whole Discord. And if that doesn't work, let me know, and I'll get one of the mods to unlock it for you, but it should work. It very rarely doesn't. Here's my rendition of the Koteri Inc. style monkey. Oh, wow, magic! Dang! No worries, big dog. Reading is not my forte, apparently. I guess not. Animatrix over on YouTube. Yo, what up? Kenny Banga, would you be up to reviewing the story of my manga that I'm working on? I don't think I'm the most qualified to give feedback on a manga. Unfortunately. I don't know what I would really be able to offer, you know? It's wild to have another Kasem follower here, not gonna lie. Well, we got a fat Kasem raid yesterday, so I feel like a lot of them are here now. Which I ain't mad at, by the way. Oh my god, dude, what fucking layer was I drawing on? Oh my fucking god. Okay. When in doubt, layer finding out. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the references because I think they're gonna. I don't want them to influence my work too heavily. I have no one else. I asked around my friend group and they said the story's fire, but I don't know. Well, man, look, the thing is I'm live right now. I can't really be, you know, taking time to go read stuff. But I appreciate the offer. I'm just not your guy. Redward Foxy, how you doing? Welcome for the raid. Well, thank you for the raid. Not welcome for the raid. Welcome, though. But thank you for the raid. Oops. How you doing? Can we get a little shout-out for Redward Foxy? Punk tactics. Hit you with the punk tactics. With the punk tactics. Just freely like this? Gasp. Oh, not only is it free, but I want to know what you are doing, dog. Tell me all about it. Well, hello, the raid is given away. Oh, well, shit, dude. You know what I want? I want to know what you were working on. It says you were doing art. You gonna give the snack a little bit of art or what? What's the deal? You hogging it all for yourself, dog? Let the chat see what you were doing. I don't know, I didn't ask Kasem to raid in, but he might have recognized my name in chat because I was asking if I could ban him. Somebody in the chat recommended the channel. I thought it was you. It wasn't. It was another stream. I actually went to Kasem stream because I was curious. I was curious who recommended me because I was like, huh, Based. It was Grimes, I think, was their name. Something Grimes. I've seen them before. They've been in my chat several times. And then Necro also chimed in and was like, I know Snack, he's good. And I was like, hell yeah, dude. And that's what sent him my way. So a couple people that follow me, I guess, were in there and they were just like throwing my name out. Based. Right now, I'm just redesigning my channel and overlays. I was making a VTuber hand-holding a pencil that tracks the tablet pen. Oh shit, that sounds cool. Well, my name's Snack. People call me Snack, some people call me Cat, some people call me Cat Snack. I mostly go by Snack. I draw stuff like this. I draw stuff like this. Right now, chat was telling me to draw monkeys. So we're doing monkeys. But that's it, really. But if you want to share anything, dude, or even just, like, shout out some of your links that you've got, like social media, whatever it is that you want to do, dog, the floor is yours. I'm here for you right now. Call him Kitty Nummies. I don't know if your mom would like us using the same nickname, but who knows. Some good line work and coloring you have there, and why not? And why not? Yeah, why not? Thanks, big dog. I appreciate the compliment. I don't like that. That looks pretty fucking stupid. I don't like how big the ear is. I feel like it should stick out more and have like a little bit of a stronger silhouette. Oh my god. Come on, there we go. By the way, links are totally open, Red Ward Foxy. If you just want to drop a Discord link or whatever, you're more than welcome to. Blue Sky, this is basically where I post my stuff. Hell yeah, dog. All right, let me take a little peek. Let me take a little peeky poo. What do we got? Oh, I see what you mean by hand tracking. I can't share my screen. I can draw. Oh boy. Fuck it. I love this, dude. We were actually just talking about like morbidly obese creatures earlier. Look at this shit, dude. Can I show some of your work on stream? I love how rotund they are. Go on. Alright, hell yeah. Check this shit out, dude. Look how freaking round he is, dude. Damn. Big folk are the best folk. We don't discriminate. I have it flipped. Your signature's the other way. One sec. Damn! What a chunky boy. It's dope, dude. I love the flow. You got like nice flow coming in through here. Really good placements. Do you have any other links you want to share, or is it just the blue sky? I'm going to leave this up here for people to see. But if you want to shout out any other social medias you got or whatever, go for it, dog. The floor is yours. And with that, I'm gonna be drawing my monkey boy here. So round. Indeed. I really don't like the direction this is going, but I also am a little worried that's a little too much like the way Koteri draws his characters. Maybe I need to flatten the head here, make it a little bit more my own. Hello, Snack. What up, Siren? How you doing? How you doing? Germ, what up, Germ? How you doing? We got so many Kasem chatters in chat today. Also, Red Ward Foxy, if you got a dip, obviously don't let me hold you. You know, I appreciate the raid, and if you got to take off, take care, do your thing. You know, all that good stuff. Post stream, whatever. Nah, I'm just chilling. Hell yeah, dog. No, I'm Lebanese. You're not a Kasem chatter, you're Lebanese. I mean, I'm Lebanese, and I watch Kasem sometimes. Listen, you Canadians gotta support. That's right. Kasem's Canadian too, right? I think I know that for a fact. Because I think I know some studios he worked at back in the day. Yes, he is. That's a fantastic emote, dude. Turns out being a Kasem fan and Lebanese are mutually exclusive. If you watch him and then you lose your Lebanese status passport. That's right. Kasem, you trade the citizenship for Kasem viewership. How you doing, Siren? How's your Sunday going? Germs Art, thank you for the follow. I have a random question. How would I know that I'm ready to stream without looking weak or something? I think you gotta just curb that mentality, dude. If you want to stream, I say you just stream. When I started streaming, I didn't have a PNG tuber. All I had was, like, you know, an empty canvas. My first stream, I didn't say a single word. I was like, I didn't know how to talk to a camera. I mean, I didn't know how to talk to no one, essentially. And it was, like, really awkward. And you just sort of, like... The mentality you should have is that you just say YOLO, fuck it, you start, and then what you do from there is you just sort of iterate on your process. If you have a rough first stream, you think about it and you go, what could I do to make the next stream 1 or 2% better, you know? Maybe I could, like, say a little bit more words. Maybe, you know, I could put together a little bullet plan of topics I could bring up. Whatever, stuff like that, you know? And that's sort of how I would approach it. As far as being ready to stream, there's no ready. You just go, dude. You just get into it. You'll never be ready. And I think if you wait for the perfect moment, and I think, you know, it took me a couple of years before I actually streamed, because I was like, I need to have every single, like, banner ready. I need to have a PNG tuber. I need to have fucking channel art, emotes, all this shit, and then I'll stream. But the reality is, if you do all that stuff, you're never going to stream because you're already making the setup so overwhelming from the start. I think you go in bare bones, expect not great results at first, and then just keep iterating. And it also depends on the medium and the stuff that you're streaming too, right? Like the art category is a very small category. So if your goal is to go into it to make it a job or a career, I don't think that's the best mentality to have. It's not the most glamorous thing in the world. You could be huge and you're probably not gonna make bank off of Twitter or off of Twitch, you know, but I started streaming and half my streams have been doo-doo laptop slowly turning into a helicopter because of how hard it's overheating. Honestly, just having a couple people around to talk to you makes the whole process super easy. Speaking of, I should make a PNG tuber. Yeah, you should. And it does, yeah. But the thing is, like, you don't get a lot of people. My entire first year of streaming, I had an average viewership of 7 people, okay? And I've only been streaming for a year and a half. But you do it for yourself, you know? Also, when you start streaming, expect nothing and have it as a hobby. Exactly. 7 is not 0, so it's a win. I mean, the first start was like a 0 for a little bit, but honestly, I started getting people luckily early on enough that I had like people to talk to, and I wasn't completely alone. And a lot of them are still here today. They're my mods, you know, for the most part. Like we've got Boba, Dave, Yeti, all these people, NFT. All these people were basically day ones, you know. And I think there's value to that because you get, like, I know, like, at a certain point, like, right now there's so many people that it's hard for me to be close friends with people, right? Because it's like, the degree of people is just not realistic for me to have deep friendships with everyone. And there's, like, the parasocial aspect and all that stuff. But when you start off, you can genuinely just make friends with a couple people that show up. The risk of being, like, a smaller streamer, I think, is there's a lot more pressure on you to conform to what chat wants. And that's a dangerous thing. So my advice would just be do your own thing. Ignore chat, and if they tell you what to do, tell them to go fuck themselves and just do your thing. You know, you can do it politely or whatever, but... Why can't I be known for something cool? One day. Okay, I'm supposed to just be doing heads right now, so let's do another one. Heads. We're getting head today, dude. I tried streaming once, it was empty, but I acted as if I'm drawing a lot off stream. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, man, because I feel like the majority of people on Twitch are gonna end up streaming to not a lot of people, you know? And I don't think the mentality of going into it with growth is the right one to start. Really focus on the hobby aspect, like Red Ward was saying, you know, and you'll have a much better experience. For me, I just found streaming as an outlet to be creative, seeing what I could create and be innovative in my own way. Yeah, basically. I just kind of did it because I had like a 3-year slump of not drawing. I had just fucked up my shoulder from working out, so I had a shoulder injury that I was working through. And I was like, you know what? I need something low impact that I could just sort of like dedicate my time to. Because I'm not somebody who can like stay still. I kind of go crazy if I'm just like not doing shit that's interesting to me, you know? And I felt like streaming was a good outlet for that, and it got me. It was between streaming and like learning Japanese, and I ended up. I mean, I did study Japanese for a bit, but I meant like just go more hard at it. Um, and I opted to do streaming instead. So I don't like that. Still lowballing on Donkey Kongs, huh? No, I'm out of beer. I told you. I'm no longer lowballing. We're out of beer. The getting drunk and lowballing people on Facebook Marketplace arc was last week. Okay, now we've moved on. We're doing other shit. I don't even know what this creature is, dude. I was thinking monkey, but this does not look like a monkey. Reading Nipponese or speaking / understanding spoken Japanese? Well, these days neither, because I haven't studied in years, but back then it was mostly listening practice. That's the majority of people on Twitch are gamers. The art niche is absolutely not a big one, even though that's all I want on Twitch, basically. Yeah, I mean, the art niche is non-existent on Twitch metric, like, levels, you know? Like, I've told you guys, like, the average, like, art viewership on Twitch is around 11,000, okay, on any given day. The average viewership on Twitch is about 3 million on any given day. So the art category is tiny. So if your goal is to make it, the art category is not the move. I think you're better off doing, like, just regular gaming shit. %23 twink. See? That's right. I don't really like this. I remember the days when you could be banned for not playing games on Twitch. Is that real? Was that like a thing? You could be banned for not playing games on Twitch? %84 gay, pretty gay today. Congratulations. Yeah, Twitch was Justin TV. Yeah, I get that. It's weird that they would ban for things other than gaming, though. You would think they would just be open to, like, any sort of, like, content on their platform. Especially when they had to, like, compete with, like, YouTube and shit for long-form content. When Amazon stepped in, they needed money, so the whole bathtub situation... Oh, yeah. I remember that. I remember that. I remember they also tried to, like, make, like, tasteful nudity okay for, like, a day. And then everybody and their dog was streaming with their tits out. And they shut that down real quick. Two days. Yeah. Now, ironically, I stream with my tits out, but they're covered, you know? Don't be shrinking my stream career. What you were doing a little bit of thirst trapping on the internet, Damon? Is that what you're saying right now? Fuck. Honestly, I kind of wish the people who didn't. I kind of wish the people didn't abuse it as hard. It would have been nice if Twitch was a little less prudish. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But that's, you know, you give an inch and people take a mile, you know? That's just sort of how it is. Blue Bengal, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Sweet Molasses, hello. What's up, big dog? Red Ward Foxy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the raid again, also, by the way. Appreciate you, big dog. Sleepy? Did you just wake up? Yep. Well, that's nice. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know if it's like 3 in the afternoon for you or what. I don't like that. I should be sleeping earlier so I can get my streams as early as possible, but fuck. But fuck. You hitting on me, dog? But baka. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna move this head out just because I wanna actually flesh it out a little bit. I just need him to not be glued to the monkey right now. Where do I sign a petition to add a new redeem with the loud metal pipe sound? Making it super cheap sounds like a good idea too. Yes, it sounds fantastic. I can't imagine how that'll be abused. Surely everybody will respect the metal pipe. I feel like I'm gonna be in the middle of like a heartfelt speech, you know, a heart to heart, and then somebody out of nowhere is just gonna drop a pipe on my head. I stream tasteful anime featuring young-looking, thirsty girls fighting over a random high school guy. Just right after a fart reverb. I don't like that, Damon. Vlad is back! Oh shit, Ian. The titty hater. I feel like the fart reverb needs to come off and do it jiggle anime off the after the do it jiggle animator mode. You still using voice to text, dude? You were giving me an aneurysm reading these things. Yep. All right. At least that's reassuring. Then it's just the voice to text and not your actual texting. I'm not gonna learn to type quickly? Alright, do your thing. Do your thing. Keep confusing streamers. It's okay. It makes me look like I don't know how to read. Which is true, I don't. I'm having a cannabis tea from Cannabistro. The drug enjoyer. Guys, I gotta piss. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. BRB. Fuck. Who dat? Who following little old me? Shit. What do we got? Monkey Shine? I was brought here by Monkey. Hell yeah, dog. You like monkeys? I'm terrible at drawing them, but we've been dabbling a little bit. Thank you for the follow, Monkey Shine. I just got back from the bathroom. And I got some water, too. And now we're getting back to it. I want to basically do a mashup of shit. I don't really like this guy, by the way. I'm gonna clear him out. And I also feel like the monkey's just kind of, like, boring. Did you wash your hands? No, dude. Come on. I didn't even touch my penis. I just flopped it out. I hover-handed. He's too short to reach the tab since he's a mouse? That's right. I just lick my paws. That cleans them up. I cannot English today, it seems. Jesus. It's okay, dude. Half my chat can't write, so... That's my excuse for not being able to read their messages. Opato over on YouTube? What's up? What's up, Opato? How you doing, big dog? I think I need more... I needed a thicker brush. I feel like my brush is not very thick, and it's not, I don't know. I just feel like having a thicker brush is gonna give me more appealing lines. I think my lines are too thin right now. I didn't touch my penis, I just pissed my pants. That's right, I just stand in my tub and let it run down my leg. I don't really know how to tweak this. I could give him the receding hairline like this guy. Gainer Goat, what up, Gainer Goat over on YouTube? How you doing, big dog? I think the brow's too big. I wonder how it'll look if I just tone it down a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. I like the face you erased. Yeah, well, I didn't. I didn't. That's a regular complaint here, though, Sweet Molasses, so I apologize if that happens, but it will happen more. I promise. Monkey. Chat hates when I erase random drawings. You sure the stream title got updated? It didn't. It still says I'm drinking beer and lowballing on Facebook Marketplace all week. It's still the same week. I just don't have any beer left. Here, you're back. Gonna learn how to make a PNG tuber real quick? Good luck, dude. Nightbot, you think Snack deletes his drawings because he hates his chat? Relax. Thank you, Nightbot. See, Nightbot knows what's up. Guy needs more cheekbone, dude. Snack, your mouse is talking when you're not. It's probably from my like my little tappies on my tablet. You know, I feel like my mic picks up a lot more, and I turned off my noise gate. That's probably why. Because when I do my YouTube shorts, if I have the noise gate on, it makes it so that I can't like get the same vocal range picked up on the microphone. And so I disabled it, and I haven't turned it back on, which means you can probably hear like echoes and steps and stuff. I just make sure I turn off all environmental noise and shit, but generally speaking, that's my guess is that's why. Should I draw a Rule 63 snack? I don't know what that is. His eyes are kind of far apart, huh? Let's bring this in a little bit. And then let's bring this in a little bit. And then we'll shrink it a little bit. I don't like that. I'm gonna fucking disappear now. It's okay, dude. You can try again. I'll pretend I didn't look. I'm glad Boba's here to make it all better, though. Does proportion and perspective need to be perfect in art? I mean, it depends on what your goal is. You could do crazy weird stuff. There's like a lot of skilled artists that do things that are just like absolutely broken, Gainer Goat. But generally speaking, if you're trying to go for like realism, then you probably have to have some degree of respect for the proportions. But it doesn't mean like I could probably lower this guy's eyes, and it doesn't have to be like I'm not accurate to the microsecond. It's gonna look a little weird, but it's not wrong, you know? There's variety in this. I can make his face longer, you know? It's a little silly looking. But you could do whatever. I think what you want to prioritize is appeal. You want to make sure that it looks good. It doesn't really matter what your proportions are so long as it looks good. That being said, if you don't know the basic proportions, you should learn them. Because if you're going to break proportions, you need to kind of know how to break them based off of like the foundation of actually knowing how they work. Like an example is if I draw a forearm like this, right? And I do like a relatively anatomically correct forearm and bicep, right? If I want to break that now, I have to sort of know how this works to change it, right? Like if I want to... This is just like a random arm or whatever. If I want to make this more extreme now, the way... When I say break, I really just mean like push, right? Like I could take the same forearm and now I could do like maybe a giant version where it would be like on a big blocky guy. And the only way I could do this stuff with like a giant muscular bicep here, or like an exaggerated shape to the bicep, is because I sort of know the anatomy and where it goes. And so I'm keeping it within the realm of reality. You know? So doing stuff like that is probably what you mean by changing proportions and values, or that's how I perceive it. And in which case you can tweak stuff however you want, but you still have to have a baseline understanding of how it operates to be able to do that. I do think there's no rules for art, only suggestions, kind of. Kind of. There aren't rules, but there are some things that are going to lead to better appeal than others, and having a basic understanding of anatomy when trying to draw humans is going to help a lot more than not knowing that shit. Also, how you doing, Lizzie? Alright, I'm at the field now. Have a good stream. Do your thing. Damon, was anime a mistake? Yes, knew it. Thank you, very good explanation. Always is. I'm so humble. Have fun, Dizzy. Do your thing. I don't like that. He's too narrow. Hey there, what up, Foss the dog? How you doing, big dog? Welcome in. I'm back. Welcome back, Jadu. Where'd you go? I just watched a couple videos on how to make a little guy. You should harass Boba. Maybe he'll give you some advice. Dude, my screen just flashed. Trippy, dude. I won't lie, the idea I have for my PNG tuber is definitely going to be difficult to execute. Are you still doing a biblically accurate titty? Biblically accurate. Yeah, more like a variation on that. That does sound rough. I don't know who gave you that idea, but it seems sucky. Dude, why am I struggling so much today? I just gotta sort of blast through faces, I think. Instead of like trying to hyperfixate on like doing the exact perfect angle and all this shit. I overthink things too much. That's sort of the issue. You and me both, brother. Yeah, I know. I think all the best drawings I've done. Nah, that's not true. That'd be a lie. But a lot of the good drawings I've done have just been like fucking when I turn my brain off and just do random shit, you know? Hmm. What kind of shape do I want for the profile here? I do not know. I actually had a moment where I didn't like something starting at the sketch, but then I finished it and was like, yeah, that's me a lot of the time. The issue is sometimes I also just end up not liking it by the end, and I have to sort of decide when I want to pull the plug on it. Like, I have to question whether my dislike is fixable or if I have to just restart. You know what I mean? So usually, a lot of the time when I delete a thing, or like, because there's a lot of times where I'll delete a drawing, right? And then everybody in chat will go, "No, I love that. I like that. I like that." No, it's because I just didn't see the potential. That's sort of what it is. And I could be wrong. I could be right. But for the most part, I'm trying to get into the habit of just fucking giving up on something before I waste my time polishing the shit out of it for no reason. You know? God, this sucks, comes back to it the next day. Oh, this actually wasn't too bad. Yeah, the worst is the opposite, you know? When you do something and you're like, I'm a fucking god, okay? Nobody can stop me. Picasso who? And then you come back the next day and you're like, oh my god, dude, this is so ass. Why did I like this? I think the mouth needs to be lower on this guy. And I think that's the more annoying one. And so I'm very cognizant that sometimes I waste my fucking time just trying to do shit, but it's just better to pull the plug early. And then there's also the thought of like, I might like a head, but can I flesh it out into something a little bit more fleshed out, right? And if I feel like the answer is no, then sometimes I'll abandon that too. I feel like I've been drawing long enough to know my own tendencies and know if I'm gonna struggle with the direction of something or not. Sometimes things come easy. Sometimes that you surprise yourself. The question is like, do you want to risk it right now and maybe stumble onto something great later on? I don't know. I don't know. That's all. There's an aspect of it that's like gambling on a certain thing that you're working on. Right now, it just kind of feels like I'm still trying to warm up. I feel like it takes me so long to really get into like a strong groove or whatever. Any advice on designing clothes? My advice is always going to be the same on anything design-based. You want a good combination of large, medium, and small, and you want to pull from real life. That's it, really. Think of your time, like, narrow in on a specific thing. Try not to be too general. Pick, like, I don't know what you're working on right now, Bimbo, but, like, actually, what are you working on? Or what do you have in mind? Look at Shein and Temu. Look at Shein and Temu. Or Gucci. That's right. Give them a Gucci leather belt. Every character should have a Gucci leather belt. Don't forget the gold chain. Are you working on the Kasem design thing? Does he have a specific world in mind? Like, I feel like you gotta think of, like, how you want to ground them, right? Kasem's character design challenge. I have a lot of reference, mind you, I just can't piece it together. Can somebody give me, like, a too long didn't watch of the Kasem design challenge? I'm not familiar with it, so... Ground Zero. Give me a sec. Miro board. Okay. So basically, he's allowing us to design background characters for his first couple episodes of the history. What is this? I better not get a virus. Let's take a look. Oh shit, okay. Sec. Okay. Is this your board? Or is this his? So it looks like he's got like a D&D-esque look to a lot of these characters. Baggy clothes. Very like Riot-esque almost. A little bit. Or like more like Vox Machina style, I guess. Or like... cyberpunky, kind of like clean dystopian looking stuff. Okay. Mongolians in space? Okay. Well, there's part of it that looks like high fashion. and there's part of it that looks like Mongolians, right? Or like just general medieval like that region type stuff. What I would do is I would just build a collection of that stuff, look at it, and you know, take elements of high fashion and mix it in, you know? High fashion is gonna have a lot of sleek, sort of I don't know, just like lots of interesting curvatures and stuff. I don't know. It really comes down to I can't really give you a single design element and be like, you have to do this. My best advice would be to look at reference and to see what you can steal bits and pieces of and mix together. When all is lost, add more belts. Yeah, that too. Gucci specifically. I'm trying to think, what would I do if I were doing some sort of like sleek medieval type dude? I feel like I need a new canvas, dude, or I should just expand this one. I'm running out of room though. Are there any rules to this? Or can you just kind of do whatever? Like, it looks like a lot of his shape language has, like, very, like, large pauldron or, like, shoulder-shaped designs and, like, I don't know, armory type stuff. I'm a traditional artist. I try to fit as much as I can on the paper. I hate wasting. Yeah, I don't like changing canvases either. I like just sort of banging out as much shit as I can on one page. The issue is I'm running out of room here, so I gotta clear some stuff out. It is a digital canvas. You literally have infinite space as long as you have hard drive room. Yeah, my concern is I'm going to crash my computer by expanding it more. I've already expanded already. It was just like a narrow canvas. And then I added this dude and then this kid. So, you know what? Fuck it. YOLO, whatever. Who gives a shit, right? Maybe I should just start a new canvas. You know what? Let's get a nice looking head and then we'll start a new canvas. It's about time, I think. Hey, Dino Kitty. What up, Dino Kitty? How you doing? YOLO, burn it to the ground. Soon. Soon. Dino Kitty, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. We're getting so many new people these days, dude. It's honestly crazy what a raid can do, because I feel like Kasem's raid genuinely just brought in so many new people yesterday. That's crazy. Your style's very pleasing. Thank you. I try. I don't know, something answered already, but if you're bored, it's all KSIMs. He provided it as ref for us to use. Okay, we can maybe do a character. I don't know how decent I'm gonna be, but we'll see. Let's see what we can do. Let's pull some of these in. I'm gonna do something that I feel like I could probably tackle, not with ease, but... Okay, what is this? I'm trying to think of a genre that he's doing. I like the Sages. The Aesir Sages. They look pretty fucking sick, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna bring on some of his reference here. And then I think what we'll do is we'll try and do that. I'm gonna lock in on the Sages. I just like Shaman, Sage type shit. I just think it's fucking sick, you know? I'm gonna make it a little bigger, though. But like, shit like this, so dope. Really up my alley. I just love doing, like, the little, like, tattoo marks and all kinds of shit, like, on the face. I don't know, I dig it. Patterns and stuff is just fun for me, so... Touch the rat? What up, pissing vein? Oh, pissing in vain. My bad. How you doing, piss? I mean, he has a he was a software engineer. It def has its influence. I love your little rodent. I don't want to guess mouse or rat in case I offend if I get it wrong. It's mouse. But I'm glad that you actually care. Most people just call me a rat. Not that I don't really care that much. I just do it for the bit, but it is fun to guilt people when they call me a rat. Hey, buddy, don't call me that. I'm still the feet lady. You put piss in your name and you don't want me to call you piss? Come on, dude. Vane, you can't be for real right now. Also, you've changed your name like 10 times. How am I supposed to know it's you? The R word's a slur here. That's right, I got the pass, though. I've only changed my name 9 times. That's 8 times more than me, dude. I don't like that eyeball. Come on. What's your art's, like, origin story? How do I ask this? What's your deal? What do you do in art and why and whence? I don't work in the art industry. I have my background is animation, so I used to be an animator in the Canadian animation industry for about 3 years. And then I left, and now I work a very corporate job in a gray cubicle staring at spreadsheets all day. And I just do this as a hobbyist on the internet. Other than that, there's no real, like, deep lore or anything like that. I'm just kind of a guy online, you know, who draws for funsies. I think I found my new niche. I draw long-faced men now. I saw you post one the other day. Yeah, he was pretty peak. I rendered some of him and I hate it. Dude, what am I? I'm drawing on the wrong layer again. Trying for funsies, especially as an antidote to corporate grind, is also very valid. Thanks for creating. You could easily choose not to. I feel like okay, so the deep lores, I got a shoulder injury and I had nothing to do. I was very bored, and so I opted to just start drawing again. And here we are, a year later after drawing. Year and a half later, actually. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that they all have access to a prompt. The special access, if not, roll and submission. What are you talking about? You talking about the challenge or whatever? Snack, lock in, brother. He says, not locking in. It's hard to lock in when I'm live. I'm not gonna lie. I get pulled out of it by yapping. If I'm locked in, I'm quiet usually. So if I'm not talking, I'm probably locked in. Or, you know, trying to get to a space where I am locked in. Whoa, damn, similar experience when I broke my ankle. Necessity is the mother of invention, so they say. Yeah, I just can't do nothing, you know? I don't know what it is, I just can't do it. I'll always try and find something to do at a certain point. Yeah, he has different Discord channels for different stuff. Generally, there's a general prompt for the types of characters he's looking for now, and then there are specific prompts like individual characters you have to design. So like the general prompts are, I want you to draw some Italians, and then the specific prompt is draw an Italian child. I see. So am I wasting my time right now, or am I doing it right? Because I'm looking at his reference list, and he looks like, I'm going based off of the steepes, stepes, the Aesial sages. That's sort of what I'm going for right now. Some, like, high nobility, futuristic sage type thing. That's my goal. Also, what up, Avail? How you doing? Welcome in. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. I'm going to copy it, and we're going to work on a new page. And we're just going to do some expressions. Or not expressions, but different exploration. Let's do new... Let's see what we got here. Let's do an illustration. Yeah. Feel that, nod, nod. I just gotta do shit. Doing something, not doing something's painful, like, existentially. I just feel like, You know what? I don't even think there's a world where I can not do anything. I think realistically, if I don't do something, I will eventually just sort of default into something at some point. You know what I mean? All of my Terran's clothes look too Aesial. What? Okay, so what are Aesials? I assume it's like some sort of like godly like sky people or whatever. What games do you play? I don't play any games. The like playing games thing of my bio is just kind of a meme. I have not played any games. Okay. Fair. Yeah. Lies, you played Hades? Not on stream. I mean, what I play in my spare time is between me and the Lord, alright? You guys don't need to know all the little details, the dirty little secrets. I want this guy to have like a flatter face. Something like that. Dash Dow, what up, big dog? How you doing? Snack, there's no need to be ashamed of playing My Femboy Roommate. All of us have played it at least once. Alright, Piss. Alright, Piss. I hear you. Yeah, nice projection, though. We all know you play Roblox. Don't worry, we won't judge. I have played Roblox, actually. There was a streamer that got me to play Roblox with her at some point, like a year ago. I didn't do it on my stream, though. I did it on hers. I can't bastardize my stream like that, you know? Can't destroy the sanctity of this not really safe space. He's giving aquatic vibes. Yeah, it reminds me of the aquatic creatures I was doing, like these guys. That's what I'm thinking of when I'm doing him, anyways. Yo, what up, Jin? How you doing, big dog? Yeah, I gotta look at Kasem's reference again. Give me a second here. Yeah, they all seem to be wearing, like, cloaks of some sort. I also want to make sure that if I'm doing experimental crazy shit, that I have variations of them. Because I don't want to lose where I'm at right now on the piece. I try to play other games, but Final Fantasy XIV has my whole heart. I'm not a huge gamer, I'm gonna be honest. I just don't play a lot of games. I tried playing Hades for a little bit. I got maybe 15 hours into it, and I was like, eh, I'm okay. Oops. Whoops, what am I doing? Totally fair. I don't judge non-gamers. Thank God, dude. Imagine if you were just like a non-gamer bigot going around just absolutely owning non-gamers. No games? Fuck it, I'm out of here. Can't relate. Bye. Dino Kitty, but this is the start of our beautiful friendship. You're abandoning me already? I thought we had something special. What up, Victoria? How you doing? How's life? How's Pilot Guy? I thought we really connected. You dropped this shit on me. I'm vile, dude. What can I say? Pilot Guy's old news, I fear. Rest in peace. Well, you live and learn, right? Okay, what do we got here? A lot of cloaks, a lot of fabric, masks, jewelry, expressive jewelry. If anyone has any ideas on things to do while in Vancouver in July, please let me know. I have no idea, dude. I wish I did. How many OCs do you have? I have no idea. I don't really count like the things I draw as like OCs, you know? I just draw random characters, but they don't have like backstories or lore or anything. They're just kind of like shit out from imagination for the most part. Sometimes I use reference. These characters I was using reference because I was doing time-specific pieces and stuff. This girl's like, I use reference for her pose, but otherwise she's pretty OC, I guess. Yeah, I just kind of do whatever. I don't have like I don't have OCs really, other than like my mouse. You know, my mouse tuber is like the OC. Usually I judge them as more socially adept than normal. What are you talking about? To be honest, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I find clothing hard to design, but I'm just gonna iterate once I find the feedback, blah, 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 blah. Or you could just make the winner, get the maid done. Now that's what I call motivation. I'll be iterating all day. I have such a hard time keeping track of chat sometimes. You're the worst Canadian? No, that's not true. Nuh-uh. I don't think we're getting them anytime soon. What are you guys talking about? Somebody give me a feedback. I can't. I like going through the chat and rereading all your messages is difficult for me. I'm not clever enough to do that right now. This character needs to be smaller. I can't fit. I gotta fit her on the page. Let's move this guy. Text-to-speech is probably my main villain. I think it might be, dude. Tormenting me with that text-to-speech. Sleep by you. Yeah, it is true. No, it isn't. Nuh-uh. I'm a good Canadian. Huge fan of this fun mask hat scenario. The, like, jester thing with the fucking weird nipples on the end. I don't know if I like the like, nipples I gave it, but... Gotta lock in, brother. I'm trying. It's hard. Basically, there's an ongoing gag of us trying to convince Kasem to draw one of his main characters in a maid outfit, and he keeps dodging us. I could add maid elements to this. By the way, does this need to be a turnaround, or is it just like a single design? Tassels, maybe? Dangly bits? Oh, like over here? Maybe. Maybe. I think I've already overdone it on the, like, spheres that I added in the lines here. I think it's too much already. I think sometimes simple is better. The nipple would be fine if you just added more rings. You think so? Okay, let me... Maybe. Less is more, nodded, rings good. Can someone TLDR me on this process? Another artist is hosting a competition or has prompts. There's a deadline for a submission. What happens to everyone's design? I don't know. Chad just asked me for clothing advice, and they said that there was like some sort of like thing where you like Kasem wants us to design a character for his like a background character for his show, and I just figured I would do something, but I have no idea what the actual rules are. This is probably not even gonna count. For ornate things like this, more is more. You think so? So if I do like I have to come back and do this towards the end, you know? Rules, schmools, amen, brother. Okay, so you can be peer pressured, incredibly. It probably won't, to be honest. What are the fucking rules, dude? Just tell me the rules. Stop hoarding all the rules. And don't make me read them. I'm not doing none of that. Give me a sec. Oh, I got all day. Dude, those hat pillars remind me of that funky snail parasite. Funky snail. Oh, like, what is it, cordyceps? Is that it? What up, Mikashi? How you doing, big dog? I like how you block little chunks as landmarks. Very cool. Going straight in with line work is really tough for me, and I can't see that being helpful. I work in iterations, so like if I don't like something, I'm really not afraid to just wipe something. And then if I really like right now, I kind of like where I'm at, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate the layer, lock the previous version, and minimize it. And then that way, now I can just sort of, if I want to redo the face, I can, because I have my backup here, you know? I don't want to redo the face, but in general. I DM'd you the general prompt. If you want the TLDR version, basically he's looking for Terran designs right now, and he'll only use your design if you sign up and fill out his general use form. Saying that he has the rights to use your thing. Ah, I see. Okay. Let me take a look then. Holy fuck. I ain't reading all that, dude. Well, I'm just gonna draw this character because it's fun then. Jadu sent me a book, bro. How long do you usually stream for? On Fridays, I usually stream for about 3 hours. On Saturday and Sunday, I usually go about 4 or 5 hours, in that range. So it really just depends on the mood, but typically around that. And I stream Friday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Saturday and Sunday, 12 p.m. Eastern Time. And if you want to get live notifications, make sure you're in our Discord, dude, because that's where you get the live notifications at. Also, if you post in the Critiques channel, I don't mind giving you a little feedback on your work from time to time, so, you know. I think this leg needs to be a little bit more forward. No, that's the fungus. I'm talking about the parasitic worms that go into the snail's eye stalk. I don't know if I want to know what that is. That sounds horrible to think of. I DM'd you the general prompt, blah, 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 blah. I read that, hence why I give it a... It's funny, we were talking about how the general reading comprehension of people on the internet is like at like a 5th grade level. I think we just discovered why. It's not that I don't want to read it now. It's like I would read it if I was offline, you know? It's just focusing on reading things that people can't see on stream Just that's sort of like my concern, right? I don't like focusing on stuff the chat can't see. Which is why I hesitate to browse for reference while I'm live. I don't want to... I want everybody to know what I'm looking at and what I'm sort of incorporating into my work, right? It's like a weird mental thing for me, but... I can read 3 or 4 paragraphs. I'll survive. I'll endure. Just not right now. And it's always the same thing when somebody's like, can you look at my thing? And then they send me like a 2-minute long video. I'm like, I'm not looking at that live. I don't like the leg positioning. Yo, you want to Google snail parasite so bad? Okay, fine, whatever. I'll look at your little fucking live leak footage. Let me look up snail parasite. I'm not bringing it on stream though. Oh, I see. Oh, that's not too bad. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that was a parasite. That's disgusting. I thought it was just like a type of snail. I guess it does kind of look like that. Cool for us, horrifying for the snail. If you want to look it up, you guys could just type snail parasite and then Google images, and it'll be the first thing, I promise. Okay, it's gonna get dark any time now. Have a good night/day, everyone. Do your thing, Lego Bimbo. Get out of here. Go to sleep, alright? I appreciate you popping in. I'll catch you next time. Snail parasites, they like strobe in the eyes. Yeah, they do. I saw like a time lapse when I googled it. It was fucking crazy. They strobe in the eye stalks of the snail to attract birds to eat them because they reproduce in birds' digestive tracts. Then the cycle repeats. Fucked up, dude. Nature's crazy. People in chat are knowers, clearly. Videos are even cooler because of the strobing effect. I saw a GIF on Google Images and it was pretty horrible. I don't want to sleep. It's only 10 p.m. Lego Bimbo, why are you going to bed then? You don't want to party? You don't want to party with your boy Snack? We're getting lit right now, dude. It's about to turn up any second now, I'm sure of it. Peer pressure, peer pressure, peer... I'm just kidding. Go to bed, dude. If you're tired and you got work tomorrow or whatever, go to bed. Don't let me edge you into staying up. I said this yesterday, I know a shit ton of stuff that has absolutely zero practical use in my life. Yeah, you and me both. But it is useful, because you shared it here, and I, for one, am entertained and also feel seen as a fellow collector of weird facts. So thank you. Well, there you go. Blackout, I'm from Ukraine. Like you're having an internet blackout? Is that what you're saying? I don't think I'm gonna make her T-pose. Hmm. Asking for clarification, is there like an internet curfew enforced? Much love from Brazil, by the way. Thank you, Fost. Much love from Canada. Gainer Goat on YouTube says, how do I join the Discord? Well, I'll give you the link. One thing to note, guys, we are an 18+ channel, so if you're not over the age of 18, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave and not join our Discord. But I'm gonna send you the link on the off chance you are. YouTube doesn't filter out age restrictions for some reason, so it's a little bit dicier on YouTube. Most people on Twitch tend to be over 18, though. Thanks, guys. I'm off. Peace out, Bimbo. Good luck. Have a good snooze. I'm gonna add some tone to this. I think I want to tone down sort of the like width on the chin. I'm gonna make it a little smaller because this. I think I'm going a little bit more like Lady Shaman here. So we're gonna make the chin a little bit more narrow, and the cheeks also. I think this whole area basically. War sucks. That's true. I don't really know what to do with, like, the torso. Be right back, my sister's making banana cake and it's making me insanely hungry. Damn, do your thing, big dog. Gobble it up. I think the forehead is also, like, a little too protrudy. I'm gonna tone that back. I'm gonna take off the line layer underneath here, though. That's too much. Maybe if I make the nose a little bit less dominant. And smaller. I don't really like that either. Just smaller jaw in general, maybe. Okay, we'll try smaller jaw, but we'll keep the same mouth we had before. I'm just gonna bring it up higher. There's a lot of space between the nose and the top lip there. You're not streaming tomorrow, are you? I'm not. You will not lose your streak. Don't worry, dog. That versus that. I don't know. I don't know if I like that. Let's see. I don't know if this is really critiquable, but could you give me your take on these little PNG tuber designs I'm coming up with? Sure. I don't know if I really like the direction I'm going on this piece. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna assess between the two that I have here. This, oops. This versus this. Oh, I don't know. I think I like the way it was before. I'm gonna undo a lot of the stuff I just did. I think the chin shrinking is okay. Nah. Let's go back. Pookies, what up, Otter? How you doing? Our critiques. These aren't terrible. I guess I'll pull them up. Oh, fuck. What the hell? Where'd it go? I was looking at that. For context, Jadu posted something and then immediately removed it. 2 seconds? Okay. I've been deep cleaning since 6. I'm tired yet feeling accomplished. Damn. What prompted the deep cleaning? Just winter? I don't know, man. Just woke up with the itch and I had to scratch. I wish I got that itch more often. Okay, it's up. I took it down because I accidentally uploaded it as an animation when it didn't need to be. Yeah, I was just gonna take a screenshot of it. Okay. First of all, I'm gonna make a folder. Whoa! God damn, that is fucking massive, dude. I'm gonna make a folder for references here, or for, critiques. I'm gonna try and keep this canvas a little cleaner. And then I should do one for refs, too. I mean, I think the issue is you've got a bazillion tangents, which are not good. You don't want to have tangents in art. It's not very appealing. So this is tangenting here, like with this. All this stuff is like tangenting. Tangents are basically points that touch each other. Like you don't want this stuff like being here. You need negative space in these areas. Your eyeballs don't look like eyeballs. Eyeballs are rounder. Wait, is that Angemon? It's supposed to be biblically accurate titties. These don't really look like wings. Like feathers are a lot more sort of like pointed, I guess you could say. And you need more shape variety. You can't have the same shape over and over and over. It's just not going to be appealing. You need to break it up into like different angles, different directions, different sizes. The head doesn't have... the structure's okay, but again, tangents. Tangents. No tangents. Get rid of all your tangents. You need more readability. So, like, if you're doing this and you want a head in the middle, there needs to be a good amount of breathing room. Like, notice how all my rings, there's no tangents here. They're like, there's a lot of, like, negative space separating out the ring layers. It's going to be a lot more comfortable to look at. This looks claustrophobic, and that's because of all the tangents. Tangents are literally your enemy in design. Especially environment design. And you want to vary up the sizes of the rings, right? The angles, all that stuff. To create more interesting design shapes. So would you say make the rings bigger? Or make the head smaller. Make the rings bigger and have them have shape variety between them. Like, and have them have negative space. You can't have them glued like this. It's just too much. It's too, like, well, it's tangenty. Right? And then, I don't know. Love your persona, super cute. You know what? Thanks. Thank you. I didn't make it. It was made by my mod Boba. Hi King. What up, big dog? What up, Riri Chan? How you doing? But yeah, do you see how like just having like different shapes and different angles and stuff for my rings just makes it a lot more appealing? Just visually having this space. Like, look at how much space there is from the edge here to the edge here, and the edge here versus the edge here. Now look at yours. It's like that, and that is like literally glued on that one. So there's tangents all over. You need breathing room. Otherwise, it's suffocating. You know. We love our furry king. I will say, shout out to a real furry. Otter Oxenfree. Her ability to draw animals is incredible. She's a fantastic furry artist, and she's making her debut online. So you should go follow her. Is this an art critique? It is. We're going over Jadu's PNG tuber design here, and I'm saying basically to break up the silhouettes a little bit. Can I ask, do you stream Nintendo games and games with viewers? I do not. I don't stream video games at all, actually. It's just a little bit of a meme that I have that in my bio, but I'm not actually a gamer, nor am I, and this is a big one, I'm not actually a furry. I just happen to have a mouse PNG tuber, but I don't actually draw any like furry stuff. Fei said if you showed up to tell if you showed up to tell you that they love you. That's right. Fei loves you. AKA Voss. As soon as I get 600,000 child points, bro, you have got to stop using voice to text. You're gonna get in trouble. Go collect your child points, King. But yeah, Jadu, that's what I would say. Break up the silhouettes. Don't worry about the head in the middle for now. Really, really get your rings right. And I would say vary things up a little bit, because it's too much. I don't want to type. I know you don't. Yeah, this is just gonna all these things I'm saying right now, they're gonna apply everywhere. Like, watch your tangents on everything, right? This is not quite touching, but it's basically a tangent here, right? You need way more negative space here. Like, you can't. The design's just is too much. It's too cluttered. The wings. I don't really know how you could simplify the wings, really, in a way that's appealing. I don't draw a lot of wings, so it's tough for me to say. Are you the same height as the mouse, though? I am. I'm about like 3 inches tall. I'm sitting on a booster seat right now, and I've got a custom keyboard. But yeah, Jadu, that's what I would say. It really is just like the tangents. You're too cluttered. So I'll send you this, and that'll be a good place to start. Okay, I'm gonna do another head here. Just so I could get a little bit of a break from this character. Just while I troubleshoot what to do. Yeah, or unless I just keep doing it and tormenting myself. Aw, how cute! That's right. When I go to work, too, it's the same thing. I'm in a tiny little chair, you know? But they have me on a stack of books, so I can actually see the monitor and work in my corporate environment. That's why I got my collar, dude. Just ready for work, ready for the office. It's their birthday today? It is. Faye's birthday today. My talking fine. It's just that Tim Apple refuses to translate my words into text accurately. Uh-huh. You should try an American accent. Maybe that's why. Because Apple's an American company, right? So maybe the British accent doesn't translate well to text, voice to text. See you later. I'm the final thing to clean today. See ya. All right, Otter. Go clean up. Go clean up, dude. That British accent could use some work. Is that what you're saying? I can't do a British accent, but I can do a wee little Scottish accent. That's all I got. That's all you guys get. Nailed it. That was surprisingly good. Oh, you know. I tried to make a symbol for my feudal faction and accidentally made a Nurgle symbol. It's a Nurgle symbol. Can you redeem? Can you do a redeem that makes you speak in a Scottish accent? His forehead's just like yours. You've got a flat brow. The shapes are too much of the same size. See how the width is the same on these things? No bueno. You don't want that. No, I meant the size. I don't know what that means. He's got a little bit of a recessed hairline here. He needs to get on that Rogaine, you know? He needs a trip to Turkey. If we bring him to Turkey, we'll give him the Turkey hair transplant haircut. Where it's like basically like a straight line. There you go. He's gone to Turkey. I am just gonna keep him with a tiny, like a massive forehead going all the way back there. Don't worry, I'm told it's not the size of the waves, it's the motion of the ocean. Sure. Whatever you say, man. He looks like he went to Turkey for sure. 40k Chaos God of Decay. Oh, that's who... Oh, yeah. I know who Nurgle is. The giant, like, fat thing or whatever. The big, like, Jabba the Hutt creature. I'm familiar. I am familiar. I don't want him to have, like, such a protruding brow. I think I actually just want him to be fairly flat-faced. I think we're gonna tweak some stuff here. Oilable head he got there? You fantasizing about oiling his head, Riri? His neck's a little small for the size of his skull. Dude, what is this song? My playlist has devolved into such weird shit. It was all weeb shit when I started. Now we're listening to, like, techno. Whatever, I ain't mad at it. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's switched to my other playlist. Huh. Whatever. Whatever, I'm chilling. While I'm working on it, could you show me how to animate a wing flapping really simply? Oh my god, dude. I haven't animated a bird ever, really. But if I were to do it... Man, I don't know. I guess, like... Like, let's say this is your wing. I'd probably do something like that, and then on the next frame... I'd have it, like, really be sort of, like, I would favor frame 1. Favor frame 1, have it sort of do one of these, you know? And then, you know, maybe something like this. Actually, probably way faster. And then just have it jump down here, maybe. And then just follow through. So this one here is going to be like a breakdown. So if this is... So have it overshoot the final one, and then settle back somewhere in between these two. So we go like that, then that, then that, then that one, and then up to that one. It's probably how I would do it. To start. Just to rough in some timing. But also, you could look at videos of birds flying slowly and try to identify where the fastest motion is, where the slowest motion is, and then that'll determine, like, sort of where you need to put more drawings and less drawings. Bless you? I didn't sneeze. I thought you did. Am I hallucinating? No, I coughed. I cleared my throat. He's gaslighting it? I swear on my life, dude. I mean, I sneezed earlier, like a fucking half hour ago. But not now. Just take the blessing. Alright, I'll take the blessing. Yeah, I don't like the direction this is going, I'm gonna be honest. This head in particular, there's shit I don't like about it. Ready, chat? I curse you to cancel out the blessing? That's okay. Okay, how's this versus this? Okay, we're gonna tweak the eyes here. I just think I want her to look more like a lady, you know? Lashes? I mean, that's the trick, you know? Still not sure I really like the direction of this, though. Just don't like it, dude. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to fix this. I'm gonna get rid of the tattoos. Make the pupils gigantic, like anime style. It just looks like creepy. I don't hate that as much, actually. There's just like something unappealing about it, you know? I can't put my finger on it, though. I think it's the profile of the head, like the shape of the skull. Better yet, make the sclera black and the pupil light colored. Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually. I don't like going full black though. Let's do like a gray. Oh, I fucked up there. Oopsies. I don't really like that. It's the other eye. I know it's the other eye. I just don't know how to fix it. The other eye looks a little smaller. You're right, it did. I think the hairline coming down too would help a little bit. God, I just don't like the direction that that's going. Decisions, decisions. Low key, I want to draw that character. Go ahead, dude. Draw what you want. This is so, like, terrifying. Anime eyes are so scary, dude. I don't know. I'm also drawing them terribly, but... If I do, I'll show you. Go ahead, dude. Post it in the Discord art channel. Go crazy. Honestly, for someone who just randomly decided to doodle this is actually probably one of the best character designs I've seen for this project, which does not instill me with a lot of confidence for my design. I don't know, at this point I'm not even doing it for the project, I'm just doing it because I want to, you know? This is for me now. I don't like that. The thing is, I have like a cohesive style with these eyes. I feel like the rest of the features aren't really working. What's the project? I mean, there's no project for me. It was originally inspired by like Kasem stuff, but okay, that's not terrible. I don't mind shrinking the face a little bit. But essentially, like the project is Kasem's hosting like a thing where people can design a character for his show. Apparently. I think my fuck up on this is just the hairline. It's like really far back. I should reference how I did these characters here. Okay. Looks like a Bleach character face-wise. I mean, it could just be the things I take inspiration from. I've definitely consumed quite a bit of Bleach in my life, so... You've watched Bleach? Slay. I'm old as shit, dude. Consumed Bleach? That's right. I've consumed Bleach, Tide Pods. Tide Pods have the best flavor, personally, but... if you're gonna try something anyways. That's a joke, guys. Don't drink Tide Pods, or eat Tide Pods, or whatever the fuck. I was gonna say, disclaimer, please. I feel like if my chat drinks bleach, I don't take any blame for that. I feel like I've raised a smarter chat than that, okay? So it's on you guys if you start drinking bleach. I will not apologize if you guys start drinking bleach. They're popping boba. They're like popping boba, I see. Boba, thoughts? Yeah, it looked better before. It looked better before. You're not that old. You're so sweet. Chad, am I old? Extremely, thanks. Old enough to bang your mom, that's for sure. Surprised you haven't been Thanos snapped into dust yet. I wouldn't have to go to work tomorrow if that happened. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? See, this is like one of these drawings where I've just been nursing it for so long. I really should just abandon this drawing and move on to another one. Because it's incredibly tedious to just fucking keep doing this shit over and over and over, trying to tweak tiny little things. The reality is I should just redo the whole face. Which, you know what? That's what we're gonna do. Blink 3 times? Why? I'm blinking, I'm blinking. How do you feel now? My eyes are a little less dry, I guess. Why? You're welcome. Thank you, Riri-chan. I could sense your eye dryness. Thank you. Yeah, it was like sandpaper on every blink, dude. Until those 3. I'm cured. Oops. Is this CSP? It sure is. Clip Studio Paint. BRB? Do your thing, dog. This head is like way too small. I've never tried CSP. I'm a Photoshop warrior. I used Photoshop for years until I eventually made the switch over to CSP. I much prefer it, to be quite honest. Also, Brink underscore, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I feel like Adobe, first of all, it used to crash on me a lot. CSP never crashes, despite the fact that I torment the shit out of it with these massive folders and files. CSP never crashes. And then, yeah, I don't know. That's the big one. That's for sure the big plus. Brushes and stuff are a lot nicer on Photoshop, though, I will say. I feel like Clip needs more brush functionality. Fuck. Survivor of the Ashes, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. The face looks good. I still don't like it, to be quite honest. It looks more joyous, which doesn't really work for the aesthetic of the character. This character is supposed to be like some brooding, noble, like, ancient, like, ruler or whatever. They look like too young and positive. I like the sort of, like, the more edgy demeanor we had here. I just don't really know what to do. I don't know what to do. My favorite feature is the one-time payment, to be honest, on CSP. Yeah. I'm doing monthly right now. Mostly because I want to use the animation functionality, but I wasn't sure if I want to, like, hard commit. I'll probably buy the full one eventually, because I don't need new features. I gotta sip some water, dude. I'm freaking thirsty. You're a fucking edgelord, that's why? You're too right, bro. You're too right. How much is the one-time payment? A couple $100, I think. Yeah, it is just not working. Why am I using a blue brush? The fuck? How do we have a burp counter? How do we not? Also, I have absolutely no control over the burp counter. This is all the mods. I don't do shit for... none of the functional, like, bots or commands or anything like that have ever been programmed by me. Just know that, okay? I'm just gonna leave her like that for now. We'll come back to this when I'm in a better mood to tackle that face. I've been doing it way too much. So if it's not functional, it is you? Yeah, probably, actually. I just tend to fuck things up, so I just let the mods do it. One time I tried to change... I had tried to add a role to the Discord, and I accidentally made a role access... Like, the default role access everything, including mod chat, which was no bueno. Luckily, we caught it real fast, but... Big oof. I know. Big oof indeed. Zach, how many times have you peed today? Maybe twice? Twice, 3 times? I don't know. Pre or post stream? We're only really counting during stream with that one. So not as much as you would think. I recall one time on stream, but I can't remember if it was once or twice. I think it's been twice. That one gets reset every stream, though. Unless Boba forgets. What about eating? I haven't eaten anything today. Well, sorry. I haven't eaten anything on stream today. I've definitely eaten today. I had a... Actually, no, I did. I had spaghetti at the start of stream. What am I saying? Technically, you ate pasta. That's right. Oops. Did you cook it? I did cook it. Snack doesn't know how to cook? What are you talking about? I know how to cook. I just choose not to. Okay? I'm just efficient with my time. Microwaves have been invented for like half a century, dude. Might as well use them. Don't you cook the food you put in the microwave? Depends on the food, I guess. Sometimes I'll just do like pre-cooked chicken strips that I buy at Walmart, and I'll throw those in there and make a little sandwich out of it. I don't know what to draw, dude. I'm kind of like tuckered out a little bit. I'll probably wrap up at the 4.5 hour mark, just because I've been going for a while now, but... Snack, how do you garner a following? Are you asking that like I shouldn't have one? Are you saying like how did this frickin' guy get followers? I'm just freaking cute and charming and ooh woo and all that shit, dude. I'm a little cutie patootie. People just love being here. What can I say? Pasta and soy sauce is crazy. I'm a survivor, all right? We eat for the nutrients. Yeah, what devil did you contract? There's an easy answer to that one. Nah, but really? Like, I don't. What are you asking me? Are you asking me how to grow on the internet? I think the art category is a fickle bitch to grow on. I think really there's like I've said this a few times, but there's basically like three things that I think of off the top of my head that are gonna help you grow. First one is be entertaining as shit, okay? This one does not work as well in the art category, in my opinion. I think this is probably one of the ones that you would like in like the gaming category. The art category, this one does not work well. Option two, draw anime. This will help a little bit, only relative to your skill. Okay? You can do this one. It'll probably help better than not drawing anime, but it'll help a little bit. Okay? Option 3, this is the best option. Be good at drawing. This is unfortunate, but it is the way it is on fucking Twitch. Be good at drawing. I think you could spec into one of these 3. Okay? Actually, draw anime, I'm going to take off this list, okay? I think drawing anime is whatever. Be entertaining or being good at drawing is probably the best way to grow in the art category, okay? I think genuinely that's... I mean, I can only speak from my own experience. I think that's why, like, I've managed to grow a little bit. Oh, actually, no, there's a third one that I didn't mention. This is the third one. Network. Network. Raid people. Hang out in their chats after you've raided them. You know? Spend time in there. Get to know people. Don't just, like, raid and dip or whatever. Raid, make sure you raid consistently or, you know, show up in their chat consistently. When I first started, I would hang out in people's chats for like an hour or two every night, roughly, just to sort of, like, you know, passively. I wasn't there like all the time, but whenever I could jump in and add and contribute something, I would. And I think, you know, people, you'd be surprised how fast people will get to know you if you're there regularly, right? Try to add value when you're in the community as well in some sort of way, you know, by just sort of like bantering with the streamer, whatever, you know. Depends on the style. There are some art streams that don't really talk. I obviously am not that type of art stream, but yeah, these 3 I think are the big ones. I think this one, be good at drawing, and networking are probably the 2 most important ones in the art category. Entertaining, I'm going to call this one optional for the art category. I've seen tons of really skilled artists that just literally don't have microphones and don't talk and have like this like larger followings than me, right? So that's sort of how I would break it down. Would you call your drawings anime? They feel anime inspired at least. It depends on the genre. Like if you look at this girl, this is for sure anime, right? It's probably a little bit more realistic. It's not full on anime, but it's definitely anime. There's a lot, this is like, there's anime influence here. I tend to do a little bit like more semi-realistic stuff, but I've also done like, well, maybe these aren't good examples, but I've done some anime stuff, right? Like, I think when I was streaming last year, or, you know, whenever the hell it was that I was doing a lot of this shit, I did a lot of anime-esque stuff when I started out here. Drawing anime is not good advice, though. You don't have to draw anime. You just have to draw decently well if you're relying on your art, you know? Like, these are definitely anime. Like, what I'm about to pull up here. Once it loads. These are for sure anime. Like, there's no world where this shit isn't anime. Like, this is anime, you know? It's a little bit more hyper-realistic compared to, like, normal anime. Like, I do anime-esque eyes, but I also do things a little bit more realistic. Also, these were all done with the Kasem Soft Sketcher, one of my favorite brushes, by the way. Shout out to Kasem. But yeah, I don't know, dude. I think, like, yeah, I don't know. I have done anime. I'm definitely influenced by anime. But I do think I'm also influenced by a lot of, like, realism art. Not realism, but, like, the stylized realism, I guess. Like, fantasy art, I guess I should say. Like, Western-style fantasy art. We love yapping. We sure do. But yeah, I would say one of those 3. Be entertaining, be good at drawing, and network. With these 2 being the most important ones, in my opinion. That's sort of, these 2 are the ones that I've focused on. Obviously, I don't think I'm the fucking most cracked artist on planet Earth, but I'm good enough that people want to watch, right? And I think that's sort of it, right? Like, people come here presumably hoping they can glean some sort of value from me. Maybe not, though. I don't know, but that's the impression I get. Because I get a bazillion questions per stream being like, how do you do this? How do you draw that? What do you do if you draw this head at this angle? What about this at that angle? What about how do I draw an arm? How do I draw a hand? I've had every single question under the sun, and I can only assume it's because people want to know how I draw. Sounds not very humble, I guess, to say that, but it is what it is. It's life. It's reality. That feels like a challenge to ask an art-related question that you've never heard before? Yeah. I mean, I get a lot of the same questions, to be quite honest. It's very rare that I get a question that I've never heard before. Common ones are things like, how long have you been drawing? I get that one a lot, and I know when people ask that, they're basically asking how long it takes to get really good at drawing. And that'll vary from person to person, but... Knack, you're correct. Always am. What's your favorite part of the body to draw? Probably the face. It's just got like, yeah, definitely the face. It just captures so much of like the character, you know, and you can do so much with it. You can do that with a lot of stuff. I would say in general, the face and the hands are probably the two most expressive things you could do. Like you could tell a lot about a character just by removing like an aspect of them, right? Like if I take a lot of the expression comes from the hands less than the face. Like if hands and legs specifically. Like if I don't know what layer this character's on here. I'll show you what I mean. I'm gonna duplicate this layer here before I completely erase it. But if I take out the head and the torso and sort of the middle of the body here. What the fuck? You can still tell what the expression is of this character, right? You could tell regardless of whether there's a face there. So a lot of the expression comes from the arms and the legs. Whereas if you don't have all of this information, like if I don't have the arms and the legs and all that shit, and I'm just relying on the face, it's going to be a lot more difficult to tell what the expression of the character is. The face can do some work, but it can't do all the work, okay? And that's why it's really important to have the arms and the legs down properly. Like, if I do this, it now becomes a lot more difficult to know what the fuck the emotion is here. What's going on? Like, you guys in your mind probably kind of have the vibe because, like, you've seen it fully drawn. But if you were just presented with this, you don't know what the expression is, really, right? So the arms actually convey a lot more information than people give them credit for. So I think if you're going to focus on something, either the face or the arms and legs would be the way to go. Oops. I just want to make sure I didn't, Oops. Okay. Okay, Teach, but the hips don't lie. That's true. All this to say, you know, if you're gonna put some energy somewhere, put it in the face or the arms and legs. You'll just get more value out of a piece that way. What are you, Shakira? That would be crazy if Shakira was in my chat right now. Can you imagine if some insanely famous person was actually just a toxic Twitch chatter? I mean, it wouldn't be that surprising. Like, famous people are still, like, normal people, you know? They're just... I don't know. Like, they're definitely not that unique. You can meet, like, a lot of, like, people that are relatively famous, and, they're just not gonna be that special. And I think that's sort of what's happened in the last, like decade or two, is, like, a lot of celebrities that were sort of out of reach and mysterious and stuff, because of the internet, are a lot more accessible, and it sort of highlighted how stupid some of them are. Okay, I don't hate this as much. Nope, sometimes the most interesting thing to do is be a troll, according to some. That's true. It certainly is fun. It's just like, I don't know, why would you want to live your life tormenting people, you know? I just want to make sure it's a girl, right? Sure is. Would it help if I did this? Now we know. Now we know it's a lady. Added some bazongas. Giant titties has never really been my thing, but... And by that I mean, like, in my art. IRL's different, huh? That's classified information. I'm more of a leg girl myself. As in, you like when people have them. Ableist. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, get her ass, get her! don't know if I really want to add shadows. Who doesn't like a man with some ass? I mean, not really my thing, personally, but I get it. Lies, snack. Okay. I like your mom's ass, but that's it. That's where I draw the line. I'm a loyal man to chat's moms, all of them, equally. My mom's taken, sorry. No comment. Happily taken or just taken? Like she's been kidnapped? No comment? I was gonna say, just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you can't score, but it felt too bro-y. He's saying that your dad likes to watch. My dad goes to the gym. Impressive. He will fight. Right, right. I'm not taking though. Hit me up when wife applications open. Mm-hmm. I would hate to know if they had any kinks. Huh? Not if he's into it. We don't kink shame here. Yeah, you don't want to know what your dad's into, dude. Trust me. Why you sounding like you have experience? See my comments about having banged everybody in chat's moms, dude. You think I'm lying? Do I want to do that? I don't know. I don't think I want to do that. Oh! That doesn't look terrible, actually. How do I feel about that? Cock and ball torture. Also cognitive behavioral therapy, but, you know, I guarantee he meant cock and ball torture, but... Looks like mascara? It does. I just kind of wanted to fill in the eyelashes, though. Oh, I don't want to use my blending tool. I feel like I'm doing too much on this one. I'm just gonna leave it eyelashless for now. This is hilarious now that I know what CBT is. It's yeah, I mean it is cognitive behavioral therapy, but people will definitely call it like cock and ball torture as well. So, you know, if anybody says they're in therapy and they say CBT, just ask them if they mean cock and ball therapy. Or cock and ball torture, sorry, not therapy. Cock and ball therapy. I could go for some of that. Cock and ball therapy sounds pretty nice, that's what I'm saying. Freaky yeah, man. Didn't you go on about soliciting yourself as a wife and how much you like dude ass like 10 seconds ago? God forbid a brother want a little cock and ball therapy. What would that term be? It would be like, your emotional support cock. An emotional support cock sounds like something a woman would own. Convo. I didn't start it, dude. Chickens aren't good at emotional support. Trust me. I do actually genuinely believe you on that one. I don't really like the way this is going. I like this head. I just don't really know what to do with it, you know? I feel like I need, like, a different perspective here. Like, the perspective is so weird on this. It's almost that time for me to wrap up, guys. Actually, it is that time for me to wrap up. Well, I think I got a decent amount of stuff done today. Not, like, too much progress, but something to go off of next time. Let me find somebody to raid out to, and then we'll get the hell out of here, and I can chill out the rest of the evening. Somehow I feel like I gotta do something. Should we raid Shazi? Sure, we can do that. Let me see. Where the hell is Shazi? Okay, let's raid it to Shazi, and then I'm gonna peace out. And I will see you guys all next Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. Let's do Shazi. Oops, I typed Shazi. Shazi _ art. That's so far away. I know. I used to do Monday streams too, but that's a thing of the past. Don't worry, I'm dropping a YouTube reel this week. So if you're in the Discord and you got your YouTube live on, you'll know when I get if you got your YouTube notifications, you'll know when I post the reel. And then that way you'll get a little taste of snack while I'm away until Friday. All right, guys, I appreciate everybody coming out. I will catch you all in the next one, which is going to be 5:30 p.m. Eastern time on Friday. See you there. Bye-bye.